A little punk child. Yeah, I just renamed this one. It was originally an Undertale layout, but I changed it and then didn't edit the name. This is now just DT because it resembles like the Deltarune heart logo, the Dark Heart it's called. I think it's only called that as like on a Fangamer merch, but I wonder if there's literally any significance to the Deltarune and the black heart white outline symbol. I like the way the keys light up better on this one, even though it's exactly the same. Okay, hold on, good first run. That sucks. I don't know what I did wrong. I did not comprehend which one hit me. Got too close to something, was trying to rush the pattern, the dodging pattern too much. Yeah, this is just another loadout I had. I like the way the pressed keys light up stands out a lot better. It's actually very similar to your layout, now that I think about it, Don. At least I think so. It's the Deltarune symbol and the heart logo. That's like the executable symbol. And then it changes into like night attacks in the bullet box color, or I mean you could interpret as like the symbols for the pressed keys lighting up because of like player control being active. Mimicking the soul color. I guess like the pressed keys. I can't vividly remember what yours looks like, but the whole key doesn't change green, does it? It's just the outline and the letter symbol, right? If they fully turn green, then I'm like fully misremember. Okay. And I think, gonna stick with Third Sanctuary because it should last like the perfect duration of the fight, or like only barely restart. Yeah, I've kind of put myself off from wanting keys to fully light up a color. At least for the time being. Actually, I got past Sword Tunnel 2, or no, I made it to Phase 3 my first attempt this stream, that's just profound luck. Oh, what am I doing? I looked away. But yeah, it cannot be overstated how silly this challenge is. I would rather be attempting Azrael true hit list 2 or 3 times in a row. Would I? 3 times in a row would be worse, probably. 2 times might be equivalent. Nice. Gotta believe enough. It's true. I have to will and manifest the RNG to be better. Hear the superstitious whisperings of what I need to do to RNG manip. These aren't chapter 1 stats. I'm just not doing critical damage with Rude Buster, and Susie's using Brave Axe, which is the first non-default weapon. That's fucked. Something I've needed to accept is that no attack is easy, as much as I want it to be. That thought comes from relative comparison of the attacks, and some attacks being so luck-based, mainly just the sword tunnels, and kind of box splitter. Box splitter is like has a high skill ceiling though, or like if you have peak reactions the whole way through, it should be consistent. However, like you're not going to react in the perfect, see like right there. That's what I'm looking out for, but I'm just never ready for exactly what it looks like. The double coming and I'm right in the middle. Like the double bullet and I'm caught right between. I think I know what it's gonna, oh, I didn't start local recording. Like, I think I know what it's gonna look like, and then it actually happens in reality. And I don't know. It's like, I'm trying to treat it like a reaction time test, but it's not, it's more complicated than the screen going from red to green, if what I'm saying makes any sense. I cannot react perfectly every time. I wish I could to the difficult patterns in box splitter, but I have to accept that I can't. And a lot of the phase 2 attacks, everything in phase 2 besides sword tunnel, I wanted to consider as being free, but it's not. I've messed up enough times to know. It's a lot more consistent, and theoretically I should be able to dodge it every time, pretty much. But I can't expect that, and if I expect that, ironically, I do worse. So I can't delude myself. into thinking it's only about the luck checks. Because if I do, it pisses me off way more when I have the skill mistakes. Is precision also a form of luck on its own? Debatably, pretty kind of. In the sense that you will not be able to execute perfectly every time. The reasons for that are like intangible and sort of unguessable, or like not able to be pinpointed. I only saw season 1 of Demon Slayer a long time ago. Can't say I remember much. Okay, phase 3 again. Okay, good pattern. Come on. That's... I actually don't know how I got hit. I hate when it's a surprise. Like, I felt like I dodged it all right. It's because I do some like weird movement things that I'm not keeping track of, because I'm trying to prepare for the next wave of bullets. Slight slip-ups in real runs do just seem to happen more on Splitter 3. Because of the bullet waves happening faster. In practice, I very quickly become accustomed, and then those mistakes like sort of disappear, so I don't think of it. But I really need to appreciate that fact, that the bullet waves come faster. I need to not only look at the next, like at what's upcoming, but I need to have micro awareness around the soul at the same time, or do my best to have that. Choose a number higher than 84. 116. I don't know the significance of 84. Like, that's like how many attempts you've done already. I mean, I hope you do it sooner. How much time does this fight take? About 4 minutes, the way I'm doing it. Well, I won't take back my guess, but that would be a while, depending on how far each attempt got. Realistically, you're probably gonna get it sooner. I like that the music shift happens like exactly at phase 2. Sorry, Sil. Have a good one. I do believe in you. And like my 116 guess was like random baseless vibe number pick because like it just sounded like a good number. I like half understood, but I feel like I can't re-guess. I don't know why I'm still saying. Oh, I always do that. Especially when it's in the corner. Stuff goes too slow. I currently don't have a near future plan to play Jump King Quest. Nothing against the game, personally. But I'm really driven for like Deltarune stuff right now, so I'm gonna let that wick burn as long as it naturally does, which might be a while. I just find it difficult to juggle playing games given the way I approach them and having less free time than I used to when I was more, I don't know, consistently outputting challenges. It's likely that's the, like, I guess, final statement. It's likely that I play it eventually. But I need to get into a dry period where I don't really feel like doing challenges again. But it's not where I'm at right now. I am fixated completely on Deltarune. How many sets of attacks do I have to dodge? Wait, hold on. Frig. There was a place to be. The pattern was just so weird. I'm not used to having to go back right. So there's 15 attacks, 16 including the final. And each phase has 5 attacks. The order of them slightly differs per phase. But they all have like a harder / different version per phase. So the fight, it's fair to say the fight accelerates its difficulty per phase. Thanks, Shadow Cute. And Cloaker Gaming, hello. Phase 3. Kind of amazed I didn't make that. It seems like I get caught out in situations that I feel like I shouldn't. Way more often in Splitter 3. I don't know if it's because it happens faster. I think I'm not as prepared as each bullet wave spawns, literally because it's faster. Like in a run, the rhythm, I'm just not expecting it somehow, even though, like logically, I know that it's different. I've dodged the attack several times in a row, multiple different times in practice, but it's just not the same in a run. I also start to get nervous immediately once I reach that attack. Less than I used to when I thought this was like more likely to be done. More likely to be done soon, I should say. My early runs did not so often die to Box Splitter 3. I don't know if the way I saw the attack was different before, if it really was just nice patterns. Or not to say that I got farther more frequently in the past, but when I did make it to Splitter 3, I was less likely, or it seemed like I was less likely to mess up. Really, that's not fast enough. If I hold diagonal, do I go faster along the bottom? I still haven't tested that. You're inspired to do Iron God? Oh, wow. Well, thank you. I hope that is a more joyful experience than suffering. And I will do my best. Luck seems to be sort of on my side right now. Okay, hold on. Let me freaking test something. Is the movement speed any different? It's really hard to tell. Is the movement speed any different if I'm holding diagonal against the wall or not? It really shouldn't be. That kind of would make no sense. But at times it's almost seemed that way. Oh, damn. Given you've done that many attempts, and I mean this with all kindness and respect, I might recommend practicing more if you've attempted that much. And like that's where your PB is at. Unfortunately, it requires like a boatload of practice of doing each chapter deathless, like probably even multiple times in a row on several different occasions before you could hope to do the full run. It's really hard to gain the needed experience just only doing attempts. You do not have to listen to me, though. Obviously. I'm just going to move diagonally into the wall whether or not it does something for Splitter 3, or for Splitter in general. goodness. I've not been able to overwrite that mistake happening. Oh, when I like there's a twofold reason I need to be cautious when I dodge into the corner like that. It's just so hard to remember. Like, I don't know why I particularly do it faster. I think it's because I'm ready to process that particular situation so fast that I just rush all of the movements for it more so than other times. I wasn't even looking. Haven't played properly in months. Then I did read the rest of everything. I would still say, like, if you're practiced a lot, especially in the future stuff, the areas in the past are pretty much like gimmies most of the time. To have a decent shot of doing Iron God, you kind of need to be able to get through the first few chapters like with near perfect consistency. And eventually it becomes quite reasonable. I could have went straight down. Practicing is not as interesting, though, as attempting. Maybe once you warm up on the Endless Night, though, you just clutch it all out. It's never worked that way for me. I've had to meticulously practice and scrutinize common mistakes and do all that I can to bolster consistency in every corner of every level of the game. I would say the formula for success isn't precise. However, I would recommend practicing as much as you attempt, at least. Or like splitting the time. However much time you give with your approach currently, I would practice for at least half the time, if not more. Especially in the early stages of grinding. Like trying to do difficult levels several times in a row, deathless. Eventually trying to do chapters all in a row, deathless. Like chaining chapters in a row, deathless. Ideally, you should have a deathless future segment before attempting it, in my opinion, as well. There is definitely, like, yeah, data to be gained by seeing, like, how things feel in a run outside of the practice context. Like, you have, like, the perfect framing for the level, right? When you're doing it in practice like, a bunch of times in a row. It's like you can't even relate to seeing the level in a real run at that point when you're, like, entrenched in even a short session or practice session on a level. So things are definitely different in a run. I still think that stuff can be like learned later. The more you prepare, the more you over prepare, the less you'll have to work on later, which I mean maybe sounds like an obvious concept, but approach it how you want. That sounds like a decent plan. See how far you can get with little practice at first. And then you can decide to go for it. No matter how you approach it, like you're going to, there's different things you learn in a different order, even depending on your approach to a challenge run. So as long as you're looking to learn something from your gameplay or from your mistakes, the time is valuable in some way regardless. I'm so biased towards going down left that I just cannot see the gaps around me on tunnel 2. All right, gonna use the bathroom real quick. Give me 1 minute. Hello, ego. Brief. AFK. Hello, Blue Mushroom, and thank you, Maker. Enoch says thank you, Maker. I also say thank you, Blue Mushroom. 64. Phase 3. 4th time. That was worse. That was a gap I could fit in, though. I just panicked. I've seemingly lost the key to phase 3. Oh, if I was 1 pixel down. Maybe. Not a guarantee. Or not 1 pixel, 1 frame down. Which might also be 1 pixel, I don't know. How's it already been 45? Yeah, I did like the worst thing I could do there. I should really stay more towards the middle, I guess. When I start to go in the corner, like, I just react worse, inexplicably. Even though I thought it would make it easier to. It catches me off guard more when it's a hard pattern. Hard patterns, like, for whatever reason, don't seem or appear so bad when I'm more towards the middle. Okay, that is just slop. That is just movement slop. If I try to dodge in the corner structuredly, it like does often go better, but then when there's a bad pattern or I'm caught in worse positioning, well, it's usually worse because the angling of the split is more dramatic towards the edge. The world if tunnel was a fair attack. being easily reactable to being barely reactable. A bucket. Barely, if at all. Bad pattern is really just when two bullets that are moving fast instead of slow are directly in line with me. Like the soul is caught directly in between. What makes it worse is if it's a bullet wave where the bullets are closer to me than average, then it's like, that's where it becomes like undodgeable. So I need to try to stay towards where the box split is like angling away from me. But with the slow movement, I'm not able to make it all the way across the box most of the time. So I guess that's like one reason why it's good to be towards the middle, because I can transition and pretty much always be on the more lenient side. That's the trade-off. If I stay in the corner, I can kind of prime my reflexes by imagining what pattern exactly to look out for. But I have to deal with like shorter time windows when it's a bad pattern, if any of that makes sense. I still can't decide what's best. Okay, tunnel is being a pain now. Gonna try right side again. My options are either staying more towards the middle through the whole of box splitter, or staying like just out from the corner like this. With this, I'm looking for a fast double that is blocking the corner entirely. That's what I'm preparing for. If I see anything other than that, I should dodge by going into the corner. But with an asterisk though, because sometimes that isn't the best play to make depending on the angling of the bullets, which is dependent on the angling of the slash. When I'm more towards the middle, I can't so easily like predict the spacing of the bullets that I wasn't fully paying attention. But so put simply, being more towards the middle, I can rotate to the side of the box where the slash is angling away from me. Obviously that doesn't matter if the slash is basically straight. If I'm in the corner, sometimes if I stick it to one corner, sometimes the slash is angling like toward me, and I'm basically cut off from a direction of dodging. Or it's like, if the worst pattern happens, I have even less time to react and it might not even be doable. I think there's ways to handle that though. Like moving out from the corner more or into the corner more depending on the angle, and pre-moving right when the slash happens. I mean, you see me sort of doing that most of the time. it's really hard to sum up the different approaches together to determine which is best. I will say it's always seemed like my highest success rate was when I just kind of like slide around the middle and pre-move everything. But that can go wrong. Like, you can have like the perfect bad timing, and by that I mean like 2 fast bullets are coming your way, and in order to double back, that's too much to explain verbally, but I can end up giving myself one of those, I can still have one of those worst case scenario, least timing, oh my gosh, shortest time window to dodge situations, even when I'm doing the sliding across the middle strategy. Yeah, I should lock in more. I'm just trying to, well, I'm talking and like conceptualizing the fight at the same time and thinking like there might be some value in it, but yeah, I've kind of said every idea. I've concluded that I cannot avoid the worst case scenarios, so maybe it is best to just have the most predictable situation and stay towards the edge. Right there, I needed to, okay. Right there, it was hard to react to go into the corner because I thought, given that the slash was angling away from me, pre-moving would give me enough time to outrun the double. It may have, but I reacted by doubling back, and there was like no time for that at all. What if I pre-move directly from the corner? Have I proven that that can't work? I just need to react fast enough. I need to not pre-move too soon. In fact, I should probably not even like pre-move right as the slash happens. Like almost like I should do it directly after. That way it's more lenient to double back, and I should still have just enough time if it is the worst pattern. We'll see. All of this thinking maybe will amount to something. I don't know why I have the worst misreads on rotating slash more frequently now. Like, I could have just kept going straight and then tapped right a little bit, but for some reason I decided to go left early, and then like, it just was not a pattern where going left was good. I didn't have time to do what I was trying to do. I do like this ego. It's good for, I mean, not that it's exactly necessary, but I like the extra, like, proof assurance that this isn't like a pre-recording. I don't know if there's a way to have this set up and fake everything still. Okay, so there it seemed like I did not have time to beat the double from the corner the way that it was set up. So I have... It's like... It's really tricky stuff. So, like... If I got slightly more out of the corner... In order to not have the same stuff happening, I need to not move one bullet width away from the edge. It needs to be more slight than that. Because if I move one bullet distance away from the edge, then that's just like shifting the problem over. It's not actually solving anything, if you get what I mean. And I accidentally had, like, I made, like, the perfect down point angle. Like, the top of the cam is, like, the top of the bullet box. Or almost perfectly is. I think it goes a little bit past. Yeah. I did not do that on purpose. What if my move is always to move towards the corner from... not in the corner? Is that any different? I've felt like it is at times. But should it be? Is it just placebo? Oh gosh, okay, I'm gonna have to dodge stars 3 a second. I don't know how I even mismenued there. Didn't feel like I did, but... No! Okay, I need to be very slow on the menuing now, or else the run is basically dead. Thanks, mental fluid. There was a small gap. I don't know if I slightly hesitated. There was a small gap I could have fit in, but I moved past it and then was one frame too slow into that gap. I was worried anyways because I really don't want to have to dodge a phase 3 attack again. I need to make sure that I don't miss menu ever. Like, Stars 3 is my most consistent phase 3 attack, but I mean, I've proven I can get hit by it still. And the only difference from being in the corner in the middle to me is that the corner is, I don't know how to put it into words. It's more obvious. Like, it's more obvious to read because it's the edge of the pattern. And given that I can see the edge of the box, like, I don't know, it's just easier for me to tell where I am, at least I think so. Tell where I am relatively, and read the pattern because there aren't all these surrounding bullets. Like, it's at the edge of it. I can't really explain why that inherently makes it easier. It just does, I think. That is like a purely subjective thing. The limits of pre-patch. See, like, because I was trying to, I had to get in position again so fast. I pretty much didn't have time to reset my position to be perfect. So my reaction was delayed when it was a bad pattern twice in a row. That is part of the issue of trying to stay in the corner. It may be a fruitless effort because I cannot perfectly reset every bullet wave. If I could, then I think it would be better. Alright, have a good rest, Ego. See you later. Thank you. What's up, one you don't see in nonsense? I've made it to phase 3 like maybe 5 times this stream. At least 5. Okay, that's the worst it could ever be. What soul trait is that? Dark Heart. It's like the Deltarune EXC symbol. And it's called Dark Heart on Fangamer, like the pin merch. It's like Dark Heart pin. Not sure if there's any canon significance to it, or if it's just the arbitrary symbol for the game. Getting 300% in Cuphead as well, or instead. Heck yeah. Whatever's fun. Whatever calls you. Surely any one of these times. Oh, see, like, my mistake was being that far out. This attack would be significantly easier, by the way, if the bullet wave couldn't be shifted over. But it can be shifted over fractions of a bullet width. So it makes it... Being in a previous gap does not guarantee that you only need to move 1 bullet distance away to make a dodge, which would be way more convenient. Hey, what's up, Ori? Or I guess, I mean... It's true, it does rob you of the sword. I haven't modded anybody on YouTube. What the Gaster number? And the sword square is green. How do you explain this? Have fun, nonsense. See ya. That is 5 years, 5.5. Has it really only been that long? Because that's how long you've been a mod. But I think there was a delay because The End is Nigh came out in 2017. I don't know how long it was before, or like how involved in The End is Nigh you. I kind of forget. I feel like you were present in the End is Nigh era, which that ended just before mid 2020. I want to say it's been at least 6. Yeah. Finally. We gotta get this cursed no-hit out of here so nobody ever has to do anything like this again. The grind is definitely grinding. In a metaphysical sense. I've been feeling very tilted. Not so much right now, but I have to be careful. The luck plus skill element is just overwhelming. Pick the wrong place to start rotation. Why did that seem freer before? Maybe I need to be closer to the right. Like, and I couldn't garner any like widely applicable pattern of movement under these conditions in practice. The best thing I do is try to like be in the middle of the box and then go upright, or try to dodge around the bullets that come, yeah, or whatever. It's too many words to explain, but I just reminded myself of things mentally that actually might help. That, don't I know that one, Cloaker? That's what happens. The more time you spend, the more problems just start to arise. The more you have to worry about. Such is challenge running, unfortunately. And I struggle to accept it per challenge. Still. I want to be able to file away things permanently, as I never have to worry about it. This is trivial compared to other stuff, but that is a faulty way of looking at it, and I really needed to accept that on this challenge too. And then I think that is why I'm not so tilted right now, I think. Even the stuff that's relatively easy, I need to treat with, like, respect. But not, like, fear, though. Because, like, the fear and hesitation that makes me play worse on attacks is where I'm performing a portion that I think is easy, but I'm like high key in the back, or low key, whatever, poignantly stressed in the background that I'm going to mess up this easy thing. When you have that mindset, it's like harder to perform. Not saying that that is your that is what's going on with you, Cloaker. I'm just kind of expanding on the idea you reminded me of. But basically, there's like unlimited, not unlimited. There's just so many micro nuances to every level or like series of inputs that you do in the game that you're not doing consciously, like fully consciously. But for consistency, technically it kind of is best as often as possible to do things consciously and be aware of the pitfalls of like what could go wrong per section of a level. But it's a lot of stuff to think about, and you can't like break down and be conscious about every freaking input in the game to like a high awareness level. It's a tricky balance. Not every mistake warrants, like... Hold on. I could have made that if I went down left a little longer. I fat-fingered up, I think. That sort of made it worse. Or made it so I couldn't make it. I kind of lost my train of thought. That is... There is some, like, subtle psychological manipulations you can do, or, like, manipulations you can do that make it psychologically easier, and by that I mean, like, experience nerves less. Yeah, I'm starting to become a corner hater again on a box splitter, big time. Thing is, though, on splitter 2 and 3, I kind of have no choice but to be in the corner. That is something that because I just don't have time to move so much in the, like, so far in the box on those other ones, especially splitter 3 because it's so fast. So maybe that's a reason I should just master the corner and stick to it. Oh, I kind of remember what I was saying. Like, every mistake, especially repeated ones, when it's just one mistake, it's not necessarily, like, depending on how much it surprises you, like, could still warrant some analysis of, like, okay, what could I do to avoid that from happening again? Is there anything? Even just a way of, like, reframing my perception of the level? Or, like, becoming most aware of, like, what hazards in this portion matter the most, or, like, need to be kept in mind the most. I don't even know if that, if that makes sense. But especially when repeated mistakes happen, there's probably something worth addressing, like deconstructing what is causing the mistake to reoccur, which isn't always easy, if even realistically possible every time. Doesn't mean it's not worth thinking about though, and I don't know, maybe there is always a solution. Perfect. There's not always like a great solution or a guaranteed trivialization of the difficulty of that portion solution. Wow, that lingered so much. And I finally just processed the joke, or like I didn't even read that message until just now. That was a good one. That was a good one. I mean, these those jonged up bars. Sounds likely. No, well, actually, I would take that because that gives me more time to not pressuredly attempt this. No! I could still care about the rest of the game if Chapter 5 was bad. Ah. I need to get those habits the fuck out of here. It's like, what does that stem from? If I just stayed the course and did not move in a horizontal direction so fast, I would immediately realize how easy that pattern was to dodge. It's my PB, final attack. I've made it to the final attack 3 times, and I have a one-hit run getting hit on Splitter 3. Yeah. Like playing through and dodging the final attack and everything else. So I've gone basically as far as one can get. And I have like a heartbreakingly close run where it wasn't an impossible pattern per se, but it was deviously difficult to dodge in the moment. If I just moved, if I kept moving right 1 or 2 more frames, would have been okay. Oh god. We're making anniversary mod references that I don't know. Because I'm the biggest End is Nigh hater. Scabbard Eye Unbreakable the first time is incredibly irritating. No doubt about that. How am I not making that? That is like blowing my mind. Could I have like moved backwards and away from that and I just didn't? Possibly. I could have. Ugh. I sort of need to like spot the right gap right away. If I don't, then I'm just moving to an invalid gap basically. I can't. There's no time to correct course. Maybe I should hesitate longer before committing to a vertical direction. god. It's really hard not to be tilted. It's really hard. It's the easiest attack. I don't know if my consistency's ever changed. I don't know if I was in flow state the whole time. At least I'll not attack. I just like wish I could stop counting. I have the intrusive thought of counting it, which kind of distracts me, but I can't stop doing it. I know it's 6 slashes. In the past, I had that knowledge and was able to not think about counting. I don't like, I mean, that's probably not the reason, but it gets me like weirdly conscious in a way that's not beneficial for the game. Well, I mean, I guess on the other ones, it's, yeah, there's nothing really to... If I exited flow state on a different attack, I wouldn't like have something to point to, really. On that one, that is my guess. And I'm also very hesitant about there being a situation where, for whatever reason, it's hard for me to judge which direction I need to move. There's places to go. In practice, it just isn't, it's not the same. It's not the same. I mean, I don't, it's pretty infrequent I mess up on that, right? But I am always extra scared on it for no reason. Like, it's the easiest attack, and like I was saying earlier, it can sort of be more stressful to feel like you should dodge something. It's hard to say to what extent, Bucket. I haven't tried so many challenges with, like, so many different challenges with, like, one-time speed. Obviously, once you increase the speed, it's a lot more reaction-based. I'd say most challenges require quick processing and fast reactions in some cases. Was that even dodgeable? Like, I kind of want to see that back. How long did I hesitate? I haven't really watched a situation like that back before. Oh, wait, did I? Okay. I just want to see. It took me... Okay, realistically, how soon could I have processed this? Like, I maybe could have reacted a bit faster, but that's like pretty big wall. Like, that is very debatably reactable, I would say. Okay. So maybe I shouldn't... It feels so close to being possible that, like, I take responsibility always internally, like, every time that I don't dodge a fast double. But honestly, yeah, a lot of times it's just on the edge of being reactable, if at all. And then pre-moving, like, pre-moving, I guess, increases the odds a bit, maybe. But you can run into situations where a fast double just spawns ahead in a certain way that perfectly sets you up in the exact same situation as if you stood still. And you have to do the same thing. Like, I don't know that it does increase the odds at all. Oh, it's so rough. The only way I can think to try and game the system and strengthen the reaction speed is to dodge it in, like, the exact same way every time. So I'm always looking out for a fast double in the direct corner, and I'm staying slightly away from the corner. But not too far, because then I'm just shifting over the pattern to where I'm not actually avoiding anything anymore. I want to get a head start. It's so hard. There's too many nuances. I can't explain it to a satisfying degree. It cannot be explained in full detail briefly. Yeah, Bucket, I've probably said it too many times, but that is the main idea. But the speed of the waves and the necessity for me to move out of the way for the bullet waves makes it so that I can't reset my position best quickly enough so that it might not even be a strategy I can even do. So, I guess pre-moving in the direction that the box split is angling away from me is really the best I can do, and try to move as far over so that the bullet wave will be as far away as it can be from me once it does spawn, is the way to go. See, but there I needed to do arguably a more difficult input sequence and processing in response to avoid where my bad, or to avoid that pattern. It was a worst positioning bad case pattern. There's really no avoiding it. There's no clever trick. Sketchy ass dodging. Just not ready, not locked in. I'm not confident in the movements that I'm making in advance. I don't even know if I'm gonna do the hour-long no-hit night anymore because Chapter 5 coming out. Like, I can see myself probably just doing Chapter 5 challenges for a decent while, and then that falls on the back burner entirely. I'm not really trying to memorize the boss in any particular way. Like, right now, beyond wanting to just do this challenge, reason I want to do this challenge is because holding X, no hold breath, period, hasn't been done before. Holding X with hold breath, no, it has been done, but it wasn't all attacks, and I believe it was post-patch. Not that that takes anything away from it. This is a quite terrible challenge, I must say, with just pre-patch, but then including phase 3 also makes it also very bad. Doing all of it, all I can say is terrible. That's the lightest I could put it. I'm fully victim to the sunk cost fallacy at this point. I've made it to the final attack multiple times, or 3 times hitless before already with these difficulty parameters, so I'm kind of stuck doing this. It's almost been 2 weeks. I only skipped, I think, 2 days of playing. And I've done at least an hour, but multiple hours most days. Oh, hello, Cosmic Lava. So, normal movement speed, in the night, there's a single action you can choose called Hold Breath, which gives you a permanent speed boost, or you just explained it too. Gives you a permanent speed boost for the entire fight, and it's intended to be used like that's how the fight is meant to be played, how the attacks were designed around, for you to have way faster movement speed. You can opt not to enable Hold Breath and have the regular soul movement speed for the fight. I've always played the fight that way, except for like a few casual clears. And the fight is definitely substantially harder on certain attacks with the slower movement speed, but with strategic approach, with proper strategic approach, everything can be pretty much trivialized. Sword Tunnel, where that's probably self-explanatory which one that is a bit harder without Hold Breath enabled, without the speed boost, because you obviously have less time to make it to the gaps. For the ending, like where the swords stop and then they target you, and you have to, there's like the red line reticles, and you have to make it in between the gaps. With Hold Breath, it's like you can always find a big gap somewhere, and you can move like over halfway across the box in no time. Okay, so that was a lot of base explaining the fight. Holding X is a hidden mechanic in these games. I say hidden because it's not, I don't think, ever explicitly told to you, but it lets you move more finely, or slower. It makes you move slower. It's kind of a trope of challenge. It's a pretty uncommon one, but it is, assuming the boss fight is possible, or the encounter is possible, there is a challenge category that exists of holding X no hits, which it's like trying to make a new, more difficult challenge that wasn't even, like, the attacks for the boss fight weren't even like considered around that approach. So it makes it way harder. Obviously, you have much slower movement speed. Reactions for bad patterns become a lot more important to nail. Obviously, it's harder to. In short, the shortest answer I could give, holding X no hold breath, it means that I am not taking the speed boost, and if I held X with hold breath, it is faster than holding X without hold breath. So I'm trying to no-hit the boss with the slowest possible movement speed that was not intended to ever be played like this. And it shows, because many of the attacks are borderline not dodgeable, if not literally undodgeable in a lot of cases. Sorry I rambled for such a long time and did not address chat. Hello, Viri. Holding X does not change the hitbox at all. At all. That would be neat, but no. Oh, and it was figured out, by the way, that in Chapter 3 only in this game, the heart hitbox is not sprite accurate. Apparently it is in every other chapter, but in this chapter, it is a box that, it is just a box that is slightly bigger than the heart itself, and encapsulates the whole heart. This is a really fun, yeah, it's a really fun boss normally, in my opinion. Good luck if you go for the no-hit. And it has been a long time. I hope you are doing well as well. I'm doing pretty okay. Very excited for Chapter 5 also. And deeply hoping I can knock this crap out before that, or else I'm going to have a like permanent barnacle attached to my body until I find enough excuse to go back and do this proper. And yes, Ori, the Chapter 3 hitbox is bigger because I think they discovered it. It was a coding error. There's like certain terms that I don't know how to, I can't remember precisely and will not be able to use precisely. But if I can find another way to explain it, instead of using the actual soul hitbox that is like programmed, or that is like written somewhere else, it accidentally couples the hitbox size to be the size of the object of the animation, like the animation where the soul pops out of Chris's body and moves into the battle box, that has its own like shape and size, even though it looks exactly like the heart still. That does have a box shaped shape. And instead of using the regular soul hitbox shape, it presumably accidentally, uses that shape as well, which is a box that is slightly bigger than the heart that encapsulates the heart. It's a very easy mistake to make. This wasn't discovered until I think just yesterday. If this was discovered to be the issue before, like while patches were still being issued out for this chapter, they may not have even made a patch to the knight attack or to the sword tunnel attack like they did. It might have never even been necessary. Which is a funny thing. Like the reason it like is extra bad is because you can get caught, you can get hit in the air. Like the air near the soul can just get hit, especially on the corners, in ways that just do not make sense. Assuming that the heart hitbox is accurate. It's only in chapter 3 for some reason. There's a screenshot. Hang on. Well, actually, this would be like a Discord. This would be a link to a Discord server. I don't know if I can, or maybe I can copy the image itself. Does this tell me this doesn't give a Discord link? Oh my god, it does. Never mind. Okay, let me open this in a desktop, and then, you know what, it might just still be like a jarbled Discord link no matter what I do. World's longest link, but that was sent with this message attached for context. That was like the message that was sent with a live discovery of that portion. So that might give you more specific information. I don't know if it gives enough context to understand like how or why the mistake was made. The thing is, in chapter 4 though, the soul hitbox is not different. Oh, everything after the question mark I can delete. I kind of know that in other links. I just didn't even think to apply that to this one. Okay. think I just need to be completely impartial to where I am in the box. Just need to go where instinctually, arbitrarily feels most correct and be ready for a fast double. Okay. Give me 1 minute. Okay. You're welcome, Dead Venturi. That is not what the name is. It's the closest real word resemblance I could find. Also, wait, that is a response from like 15 minutes ago? Am I crazy? Either way, I think I know what you're talking about. I'm ping shaming? What is that? People are allowed, that's true. Oh, that kind of ping. That's true, that's true. I'm just like curious as to why. Is what it is. Finally, phase 3 again. Nice. Immediately get fucked. I actually have the worst vibe every time I try that attack. Like, I'm just like, nope, it's hopeless. Oh, okay, I did just comprehend that full message quickly. Very. They decreased the size of the sword hitboxes. I don't know if that affects the tunnel gap leniency at all, or if it's only the, but like, that's not why. If it does, that's just a byproduct of the hitboxes wholesale being decreased in size. The main nerf was because was to decrease the sword's hitbox size so that the ending here had lent itself to a lot of situations where you just get hit by, like, when the sword is touching air near you, and it did not look good. So like it felt unfair and was surprising, so they decreased the size of the sword hitboxes. That was the only thing, though. It became quite defanged, though, after the nerf. Like, pretty much as long as you're not, even if, like, it pretty much as long as you're not overlapping the red lines at all, you're not going to get hit. In pre-patch version, you will, if you're, like, too close to the red lines. And then come to find out, you have the soul's misshapen hitbox working against you as well. The bottom corners of the soul are actually, like, the most deceiving. Those extend quite far. So if I'm trying to fit in a tight gap, I should choke up towards the top. If it was, like, honestly, I think the difficulty is fine. The sword tunnel itself makes sense to me to be the main difficult part. To have that, like, sword strike ending be the main hang-up is debatable if that's right. But you're right, I could have totally dodged that. I don't know what that hesitation was about. It always seems, like, plausible that, like, given, yeah, like you were saying, the speed of them with a post-patch how it is, it makes it seem plausible that actually you weren't close enough, even if, like, a part of you is a little skeptical that you weren't. But yeah, it's way harder to get hit now. As long as you're, like, pretty much in a gap, it's gonna be fine. Could have maybe been nerfed slightly less. but it's totally chill how it is now. Like, doesn't really matter. Overall, it doesn't affect the, like, if we're talking about how it affects the entire boss's difficulty, pretty marginally. Since it's just like one part of one attack. Well, okay, it's an attack that comes up multiple times, but it's one attack, one part of an attack of many attacks that have parts to them. Yeah, the box splitter, I would say, is more so the big challenge. And then if you make it to phase 3, the third stars attack where you have the red homing afterlife bullets, the red targeting afterlife bullets, excuse me, that can be extremely overwhelming and incomprehensible, especially casually. But I think with most loadouts, even with like slightly imperfect play, you're not going to make it that far in the fight. I guess you are right. They probably, like, yeah, probably do reach phase 3. I was thinking, I for some reason was thinking of how long no-hit runs last when they're close to optimal. But it's gonna be less close to optimal on a first clear. Ooh, nice. I don't know what's with the tendency from when I'm in the corner and it's that pattern of dodge. I just want to move into the fucking bullets. It does not happen, like, pretty much anywhere else. I don't think I can rewrite the muscle memory. I just don't think I can. If I'm consciously worried about that happening, I'm going to dodge the attack worse overall, I believe. Yeah, I think it's almost assuredly foreshadowed that we're having another actual proper battle with the knight. Hey, Sai. I'm still here. Stuck forever. I do so badly want this to end, but I have to, like, also let go of wanting that. But it's not really possible. In a weird spot. Yeah, pre-patches. If I'm gonna change anything to this to like not make it the max difficulty no hit for holding X, I would only just make it not pre-patch, because then I would have substantially more consistency at Sword Tunnel. And even just like a slight increase in the odds in frequency or effective frequency that I make it to phase 3, this would get done much sooner. Much more guaranteed. If it's like middle of tomorrow and I'm going to probably play a boatload today. If it's middle of tomorrow and things aren't looking good, I'm gonna have to cave and do it on post-patch. But then I don't know if I'm gonna want to upload it anymore. Like, when I have an idea for like this is what's got to be uploaded, it's really hard for me to settle on anything less, no matter how bad it is. Because it, like, if I did want to later do it the harder way, it's such a slight difference. That does make it makes, on paper, it seems like a slight difference. When you understand the depth, you understand that it is actually a big difference to do it on pre-patch. But since on paper it's so little change, I feel like it doesn't justify a separate upload. Fudge. Maybe I could have made it to that, like, slightly farther to the left gap. It just didn't feel like I could have. And no worries, Sai. Appreciate the work lurk. I am known to do the same. Holy, overthinking it. I was thinking of testing a different way of dodging, but I didn't actually execute it. I just like mimicked the movements I was thinking in my head, not even well, in the middle of trying to normally do the thing. That is not what you do in a run, in an attempt, especially past Sword Tunnel. What am I doing? Okay, I think going towards the middle. Now I'm thinking that's worse. I don't think anything is objectively worse, but I think being close-ish to the corner for simplicity of reading's sake is probably best. And hard commit pre-moving is not good overall. Doesn't solve any issues. It makes me able to dodge situations that I may not have been able to dodge otherwise, yes, but it's opening myself up to other hard patterns that have just the same likelihood of occurring. And are no easier to get around. I guess I maybe could have fit in like some spot on the bottom there. And I know you mentioned Sound Dodger earlier. That is a game that primed you for that attack. I don't even know anything about Sound Dodger. But I know now at least there are targeting bullets frequently. I hope in a good way, Sai. I'm sorry if in a bad way. Oh, wow. Okay, real run on our hands. No, come on, every fucking time. Sorry. You just have you have no idea how many times I've gotten hit on that attack on the last possible wave I could get hit on. Last night that happened to me no less than like 7 times. I played offline for a long time and like, oh my god, I want to rip my hair out when that shit happens. Okay, sorry. I was hoping too much that I didn't have to dodge a thing like that. I need to not hope. I need to expect it fully. It just seemed like a good pattern. I was so ready to get it past it. And then I did skim at least what you said, Sai. I'm sorry. I was, during that run, not processing anything else. Very much. Melted that out. Solid. Damn. I wonder if that's gonna happen again, Sai. But that is ridiculous. At least it's like effective at freezing. Maybe too effective. $12 to melt is pretty crazy. But I guess maybe that's not to be unexpected. If it's depending on the hugeness. For some reason, I'm going to try maybe moving at it at least a little bit more. The pattern on Splitter. It at least has some placebo effect of making it feel like I have more time to dodge, or it's like fast, easier for me to more quickly process. Whew, nice. Finally. Oh my god. Another final. I don't think there's anything I could have done. I don't know if holding down left would have helped or if I wasn't already. I'm gonna look it back again. That's heartbreaking. It seemed like it, and I dodged the first part. I've never successfully dodged that first part of the final attack in the way that I just did it. I thought it was already over. That was very close. And the pattern was so good otherwise. I need to check the recording. Full left might have done it. I don't know. Maybe. Let me look at... I was just hoping, like... I didn't think there was anything I could do. How random is final? Pretty much just as bad as the sword tunnels, probably. That was a close hit, but I kind of don't know if it was dodgeable. I think I was holding left. No, yeah, look at this. Look at back. I was doing everything I could, sadly. Being in the corner, you just can't fudging move. I guess did I need to, like, move up to get unstuck from the corner or something? Hold on. Okay. Okay, look at this. Holding down left, still holding left. Heart is just not moving. It like takes several moments for it to like gain traction to move. Like, what the fuck is that? I didn't know this. Oh, come on. Oh my, come on with that shit. Are we joshing? That hurts to see, that hurts to witness. Oh, it's right. Alright, I'm keeping that in the videos. Yeah, that's actually closer than the last time. That was close. That was literally the last star I could have got hit by. So was, I guess, another previous instance, but... Oh my gosh. Oh, wrong move. I forgot. I stayed still for too long that I forgot what to do. There's, yeah, no way for me to move left more. I was holding the button down the whole time. Oh, right. I forgot to do that too. I decided to try to delete everything first, right when I was about to do all that. And then it slipped. Because I substituted the action. I don't know how hopeful I am that the pattern on final is going to be better next time or any subsequent time. That was really good one. It really was a good one. I guess moving up, I don't know if moving up left could have done something. I didn't think I would have to know something like that to save me, potentially, but... Wow, if that's not about as close as you could ever get. What do you mean, Ori? Like the fact that it wouldn't let me move in the corner? No, the push from the knight is definitely impacts a lot. And being in the direct corner, I guess, like, with the slowest speed like that. There's just less time. I guess, yeah, like, I should just try not to be in the absolute corner. Well, once you start going downward, it just totally overpowers you and otherwise forces you in the corner anyways. The move is to stay, like, in line horizontally with the, like, direct horizontal line with the pushing at first. And stay there as long as you can until you're forced to go downward. And then just, like, inch as efficiently as you can downward. Because moving down is, like, just about the only way you can dodge. Unless you barely have to move up to dodge. I've like considered how the pushing affects, and I've played a lot of instances of it, but I've never had it like come down to that, or like in memory, or it just feels undodgeable when that happens. I don't know how much I can stay closer. I guess I could try practicing final, however futile that might be. I don't think that practice was the difference maker on that one, unfortunately. I'm pretty skeptical that there's any, like, a breakthrough discovery to somehow make it easier. No, yeah, the sword tunnel ending is a slot machine. It's really bad. It's the reason I probably shouldn't even be doing this. Or at least not pre-patch. And this is... a pretty quiet version. I'm just going to let it be. Well, you can't even hear it right now. I'll have to remember to mute desktop audio again. It's the only way you can hear it. Capture's messed up because I need to switch the window. If it will switch. Or, okay, I picked the same one apparently. Even though it seemed like I didn't. Am I even able to... I've done this before. Why is it not letting me? Okay, do I need to, like, minimize it? Is that what I didn't do? I've literally done this before. Why is it not working? Oh shit, Ori. Yeah. Look into that. Why on earth is it not letting me capture this window? I see zero reason for it to not work. Did I not quick minimize? There's two specific distinct windows. What the fuck? Are we for real right now? Okay, I guess I have to do it like this. Very, very strange. Oh my gosh, it's not cropped. Whatever, no cropping necessary, just shift it. Okay. I can't, it's definitely not possible to dodge in the middle the whole time. I have put at least like an hour into the final, and it seemed like nothing like made a substantial difference besides like what I already naturally was doing. So here, that's where I have like the most ability to move. Well, that's the dream, isn't it? If you're in direct line with the origin of the pushing, then I'm able to have the most mobility in both vertical directions. Obviously, the more I stray, the less I do. Okay, yeah, you literally like can't even make progress to the side. I like holding left, that's like nothing when it's pushing. Why does it? So do I have to like? I think the. What am I doing? The pattern is way more likely to hit me if I try to stay in line the entire time. Try the left corner. Oh, would the left corner be different? I mean, I can try it. Think you have better movement to the right than the left? Oh, wait, really? Well, that's with hold breath, maybe, though, right? Hold on. Yeah, it's no different. So it literally takes, like, several frames to, like, gain momentum to work against the... Or is it just coincidence? Or am I still misinterpreting what's happening? Is it just that the pushing finally stopped? How am I not dodging it the way I did before? It's, like, not the same pattern. Okay, yeah. I can literally only move to the left once the pushing starts. Okay, there is nothing I can do. It literally wasn't... It was just a barely undodgeable pattern. Because of the very... Just about the very last bullet. Okay. I mean, that makes me feel a little better that I couldn't have done anything. Okay, there I couldn't even freaking do anything. Moving up wasn't the move. The pushing, slowing down. Oh, it like winds down. Bro. I needed to go up for that one. I too desperately wanted to go down. Yeah, I mean, like, seeing this normally, seeing the consistency of no hit doesn't look too good. Okay, let's try as hard as I can on the first part. I needed to react faster. Yeah, I mean, that's just a very, very difficult pattern, if not impossible. I've tried the middle bottom before, and it's the distance is too short. Stuff comes at you way too fast to be able to even have a chance, even with the increased mobility. Although, oh, like, maybe being, like... maybe like that. You don't really have the liberty to do that every time, though. But okay, maybe make myself, instead of going to the side at all, let me just go straight to that spot. Closer to the corner, but not directly in the corner. You sort of get pushed into the corner no matter what, but actually being in sort of not pinned against the edge is probably better. I at least have like slightly more mobility. Oh my, but that just targeted the shit out of me immediately. I don't know. It's like... I'm able to at least avoid being pinned perfectly in the corner doing that. I need to be careful, though, about immediately shot out bullets. Okay, that is seeming better. Okay. Could just be good patterns, but this seems more promising because I have like more directions to work with, even just slightly. I am like being overall pushed into the corner nonetheless, but it's all about like not being pushed into the corner way sooner. Okay, so this turned out to be like a nightmare pattern for what I was trying. But yeah, it's like the shots at the very start, I don't know how many options I have. Wow. I think I could be slightly more like out from the corner. About where I was going down to there, but like just below the right hand. Or technically the left hand, for being most correct. But I didn't have enough mobility to outrun that, so it's like, I don't know. Let me try being directly below. I'm like positive that's the worst. Not the worst, but very bad. But I just want to see again. Stuff in the corner starts to like shrink again, like once it gets closer. That's the thing that that's the leniency that makes it kind of nicer. You know, assuming you can move from the corner, but I can't really. But the fact that the stuff going straight down doesn't do that shrinking kind of negates that. Negates the fact that I can like move a bit more. Oh, I think for some reason it like, I don't know why, but it kind of bugs out at a certain point and I can't play the final anymore. Yeah. I'll just have to, yeah, I'm not, like, maybe I should be concerned, but honestly, I'm not too concerned. It comes down to like, my reactions in the moment. And the pattern kindness itself. I don't think practicing more is gonna do much more for me. I will keep in mind, though, that... Or no. Yeah, like, right is an option. Like, moving... Instead of... I guess it's basically like what I was trying before, except I have 2 directions to choose from to get away from bullets. At least at the beginning of the bullet wave... Or of the... Yeah, of the bullet waves. Because I can choose to move down or to the right to get like a speed boost. Moving resisting. Wait, what? Did I say something that triggered that comment? I do know that song, but... Or at least part of it. Like that part. But I don't know what I said that triggered the reference. Oh, okay. The song. Just think, okay, I see. Hold on, let me go from the right side, actually. Based right side. I would just ideally like to stop being nervous at, like, mid-phase 3. I think I would do much better. I mean, honestly, no, just at phase 3 in general, I start to get nervous immediately. It's like I can't afford to have the performance debuff of nerves. This is 3rd Sanctuary. my... Oh my, what? This quick? Another attempt? No freaking way. Hold. Gaster, please. RNG Manip, please! Fuck you! Absolutely, what am I doing? What am I putting myself through? It's so bad. Thanks, Gaster, for nothing. Yeah, I can't believe I got another attempt to final that fast. I don't know if it means I'm getting better, to be honest. A lot of this is like, it's hard to calculate just how much of this is luck dependent beyond Sword Tunnel. Also to answer, now I haven't really watched like remixes or like, yeah, remixes of the Sanctuaries. What is going on? Pretty sure that was dodgeable. I fucking stuttered. Not sure. Not positive. Oh, more attempts, please, please. There's no way it can keep up, right? Sword Tunnel's about to. I mean, I'm actually scared for because of how good the luck is right now. I will check it out, Sai. I'll try to remember. Actually, right side. I tried N++ for probably not even an hour, maybe an hour. I really didn't like how the movement felt, and I'm like, I just can't do this game. And I knew how long the game was. Like, the only way I would commit to, like, wanting to full clear the game would be if the game actually, like, felt nice to me off rip, and it just did not. Maybe it could be a very acquired taste. I was not willing to try that long. That's not possible. Yeah, this is definitely my best session by far. It wasn't earlier. It somehow made a turnaround past the 2.5 hour mark. Which is crazy, I would not expect that. Must be very. Wasn't ready for it to look like that. Because he did stuff differently. Like what? That phrasing makes me think of like strategies being different, but that's probably not what you mean. Oh. For tunnel, honestly, like for some people slowing down would be like harder. Or by default to people, it would be more difficult to do. Or at least like a subset of people would be, like I said at first. I think the iframes might be. I like, at this point, doing the tunnel slower for sure. Or at least the swords in the tunnel itself. No, the swords have, I think they, like, don't give iframes. Or they give, like, very reduced iframes as compared to every other bullet type. Perfect alignment. Nice. That was a possible one, I'm pretty sure. Or just impractical. I am so bad at dying, though. Like, I'm not utilizing the iframes right. It actually is kind of tough to purposely get hit by stuff fast enough. Depending, of course, how soon you get hit during the attack. Celeste starter pack with the dishes. Oh, wait, like the reference to that one article. Oh, I actually dodged it. See, I need to not release X in reaction to thinking I'm about to get hit, because I actually dodged that right there. Are you talking about in reaction to or that meme referencing the article where the person's like, Golems are impossible? Or they're like so easy to task cheat undetectably or something. If that is not like this, that might, if you have no idea what I'm talking about, that may make no sense. Oh no, it is. You said yes. Okay. Unless Lenny DM'd me that, I don't know that I have access to it. I mean, I could like ask him. Maybe he has it saved. What am I doing? Okay, let me peep real quick. Let's see. Wow, the Fall Guys era is so huge. Oh my god, we did play Fall Guys for a while. Goodness me. I did not remember. Okay, it would have to be like this far back. I'm kind of doubting it. Oh, okay. I'm actually at the portion where we were talking about it, but he did not send. Okay, yeah, he did not send a reaction, or the meme wasn't real yet, or he didn't send it there in our DMs. Oh, I was the one who. Okay, I think it must have been talked about in the Celeste Discord or something. There's no way I independently. No, it definitely had to have been mentioned in the Celeste Discord first, and then I looked at the article, and then I told Lenny about it. There's no way I found it myself before anybody else. Oh god, okay. Let me take this chance to delete the fucking... I'm not even gonna say it. The very cursed Madeline image that should never be shown. Get that out of our DM history. Okay, I'm gonna ask Lenny if he has... Snackland. Oh, that's right. That's what it was called. Get that shit out of here. Yeah, no. Okay. I think telling him... I was asking if he was, like, aware of it. And he wasn't. So I gave him the context. How do I phrase this? Do you happen to have the meme that's something like, quote, Celeste starter pack and it has dishes? Okay. I asked. Ori's back. Can you repeat how to change the music? So you first need to determine what the name of the track is that plays during the instance you want it to play during. In this case, it's night.ogg. You rename that or displace the original file in some safe spot where you can put it back later. But essentially, you alter the original file so that it's not named the same thing or it's not in the directory, and then you get any other, like, you download however means you can find. I just have a program that can convert YouTube videos into MP3 files, and then you can try just changing the file extension to .ogg without a separate program. It's not guaranteed to work in that case, but to explain the full process quickly, you download like the MP3 of whatever song you want to replace the music with, change it to .ogg, and then put it in the Deltarune music folder, and rename it to the sound file or to the original sound file name. In this case, it's night.ogg. I don't think I explained that quickly or like briefly enough. But the one nuance to this is I've started using the program Audacity to convert the MP3 file into .ogg. I would just quickly look up how to do that because I couldn't remember the menu titles and stuff, and that wouldn't really be helpful probably to explain right now. But to avoid just changing the file extension in File Explorer from MP3 to .ogg to guarantee that it actually works when you go into game, because if it doesn't work, what's going to happen is, well, it's just going to be pure silence where the song is supposed to be. So to avoid that, I've used Audacity to do the conversion, and then ever since doing that, it's always worked. All right, Ori did not die. Power cable of your server was not grounded. Oh wow. Your keyboard was zapping you? Oh my goodness. I'm glad you figured it out and that you're good. True. They were and they would be useful. That is lucky it's not the outlet. Okay. Last push of the stream. Let's see if I can get any promising run. I've now made it to final 5 times. I guess that makes me feel a little better. I feel like this is truly earned at this point. I have not gotten overall lucky. So no matter what the successful run looks like, it'll feel earned to me. Fudge. Tunnel 2 seems to be like, it feels like the most consistent, if that word even is valid. Oh, I think Lenny responded. The golden berry coffee pasta? I don't think that has an image, but like, no, you're looking for an image, right, Viri? If you're still here. Not sure how to visualize a starter pack format. Okay, but Lenny just doesn't know. I explained what a starter pack meme is. I think I know what it is, but he was saying he's not familiar with, he's not like so intimately familiar with the format. Okay. Okay, Lenny is taking to the assignment. He said he's gonna look for it. So am I right to say that it, like a starter pack is like a 2x2 grid of 4 images with a heading that says blank starter pack, and then the images are like related to the concept, whether genuinely or kind of ironically? Okay. Dishes was just one of the images included in it. Do you happen to know what other images it was? Or was it all... Okay. It's because of the guy who broke plates, who dropped the dishes and blamed Celeste. But I mean, I guess I can't meme too hard because, I mean, I guess the guy's hands were impacted because of the playing of the game. It's just like, I don't see how that translates to being physically incapable of not dropping a dish. You don't remember just seeing the dishes. It was the funniest image ever. Okay. Well, I started recording too late. I was zoning out. Like, I gotta say, no matter how much I've played games, I've never had, like, random spasms in my hand or something that just makes me drop stuff that I have a good hold on, where I just completely release my grip uncontrollably. I cannot say that's ever happened. But maybe it's because of my my youthful like muscles and tendons or something like that. Like if I never used the muscles or whatever that I did from an early age, and I only went hard at it later, like then there'd probably be more like physiological symptoms. Still bad. It's too funny. Oh, the hesitation. Oh. Nothing more frustrating than dying on the last wave of bullets I could get hit by on Splitter. Oh. Everything I do in this game will be fun after this. Anything into forever relative to this has to be exponentially more enjoyable. Breaking news! Oh, what? That was huge. Chai Kitty in the natural caster voice. Holding X makes you move slower. It's like a semi-hidden mechanic in the game that it never tells you about. It's a carryover of the Toho focus mechanic. I don't know if it came from Toho, but like shoot 'em up games or other like older bullet hell games have had this concept, and often in other bullet dodging games that have the mechanic, usually it like you're expected to use the focus mode a lot. In this game, or in these games, it's kind of the opposite. It's never told to you. And in a lot of cases, it's not really beneficial. Like in specific cases, you can leverage it to make things more lenient. Toho is the fair mention, but I'm like, just in case there's some like elite bullet hell ball knowledge person in chat's like, actually it originated from this thing and I just didn't know that, so I was trying to cover my bases for that reason. Is there an enemy that's always 100% impossible to no-hit? Probably. Can't think off the top of my head. What requires fast movement that there's no circumventing? Oh, Gerson maybe. Maybe just Gerson in general? I know most of the fight isn't Red Soul. Like, only a small portion is. But the long bullet box corridor, I don't think you can outrun in Slow Soul. Be kind of surprised. What about the... Oh god, this is a terrible thought. What about the Titan? Maybe it's not so bad. Maybe the Titan would actually be, like, not even noticeably harder at all. Yeah, it might not actually be. What about Jackenstein? You're taking too long. Nice dodge there. Oh, I could have. I saw a pattern I could go into. I don't even know if it's cope to say that with like the fastest perceptions ever, I probably could dodge Sword Tunnel more often. If I could almost 100% of the time process when there's a gap actually within reach, because I'm definitely not taking advantage every time there is one. Jackenstein has Scaredy Cat? What is that? They had to nerf Jackenstein. I mean, I know that, like, when you lose to him it gets easier or something, but maybe I don't know what that actually is. If you die twice in a row, what does it change? You don't get it, Ori. I am the X. And I'm delivering it to this Eldritch Beast. We are speedrunning. Oh my god. I didn't think. I walked into it. You can call me Twitter. It's fine. You get something like hold breath action and get turbocharged speed, but you get a lot of defense down. Oh, okay. Am I beating the fraud? Yes. Although, I don't think I can call them a fraud. I've got my ass beat, like, how many thousand times probably on this? Genuinely. Part of me is curious and kind of wishes I counted. Other part of me is glad that I don't know. It's so satisfying to nail those, I have to say. There's moments of feeling epic in this, in the Hellish Waters. I thought for sure I was making it. I don't know if I was lined up perfectly with the corner, if I would have still, if I actually would have made it. Oh, it's so unsatisfying. Where's the Tunnel 2 consistency? Give me good patterns. I don't have any strategy for, like, theoretical control for the Tunnel 2 ending. It feels like there's gotta be, like, some position I could be that would make it, like, more likely that a big gap is next to me. It just seems more exploitable because it's not, like, it's such a warped pattern. But surprisingly, it's pretty balanced. Third Sanctuary is helping me get through this. Ad hominem. We can speak freely and banter. It's not modded. I do see it. Careful with the ironic or the sarcastic abuse of power threats. But Ori does have strong opinions about Dark Souls 2. I know that I accidentally moved forward. You gotta be Josh and me. Oh wait, did... Oh shit! Okay, hold on. I think we have it. Or where is it? Okay. How do I... Oh, I can just make it a link. I already know how to do this. Okay. Okay, here we go, here we go. content is no longer available. It worked in the... You might have to add me on Discord if you use it. Unless your name is just non-resembling to your Twitch username and I completely forgot multiple alias. I mean, there's a way I can send this otherwise. It's just Viri. Okay, I like searched in this Celeste Discord and saw someone with Viri period, and I'm like, I don't know if that's the one. There it is. Oh yeah, like I'm reading the last thing you sent that I did not message back to. I mean, I definitely remember being told this. I just did not say anything. So the no-hit flag for Pantheon 5 does do something. But doing all binds doesn't... Okay. Or like overwrites it. Put in Ling Gaming, true. Nah. Legs may actually know the deep lore, though not guaranteed. I will probably stop soon. It's about to be the 4-hour mark. Whoa, the zoom in Toriel. Hi, Toriel. On the big screen. Everything that's towards the top is so huge. It's like, it looks like Toriel's taking up the whole screen. It does. I actually love this. I hope I never shift my monitor or my camera. Susie. Was that a water cooler attack? For some reason on the screen it looked like it. Sort of. It's a good session. I can't be mad. I knew I would have been lucky to have no hit final already. I've certainly passed the threshold, though, I think, where it would not be considered lucky to win any next time. Tunnel 2, Open Sesame. What is this? Could I have stuck it down left? Did I give up too early? I don't think I'd have made it. I don't understand my tendency, though, to move towards an obviously bad gap. At least have an archive of it. Hold on. Okay. That is a simple case of looking at what's upcoming and not next to the soul. Like, that was obviously a mistake. Avoidable. I wish none of those would ever happen on Box Splitter 3. Or any of them in general. It's just that is the threshold where I need to get past one more largely skill-based attack. But super reaction heavy before I can pass the penultimate luck check, which I care about most. I wish I had more Sword Tunnel 3 attempts, but I've lost like over half potential attempts at Box Splitter 3. I don't know what the ratio is, but it's probably extremely, extremely poor. Doomed to health issues, including arthritis and tendinitis, is a bit insane. And yeah, every stage of the game, like, I'm like, what are you playing? Like, what are we doing? Doomed, even. The wording is so heavy-handed. Oh my absolute, dude. Don't move sideways in the fucking bullet. Can the bullets go faster, actually? No, they need to not go faster, or else I would have less time to react. But holy shit, how do they go so fast? And yet, I am rushing so much with my ultra slow speed that I move sideways into them. Boggles the mind, that. Yeah, I have no idea what that means, Kiryu. Maybe those are the magic words to enchant the game, give me the win. 'It's so hard to want to stop playing this. Because genuinely, it's like, well, next attempt I could just get great fortune. Oh, in Pokemon Go? Wait, I can almost decipher that. But I genuinely have near zero Pokemon knowledge. %% of gamblers quit before they hit it big. Genuinely the feeling. I found a way to convince myself that it's worth gambling on this. The more time I spend, the more easy it is to justify. Truly, I need to avoid ever doing something like this again. What do you think about them apples? Apple Girlington? Come on. I need to be looser with my dodging on that. I'm trying to be too structured, and the patterns don't... They don't work with how I'm trying to dodge it. Aw, dang it, indeed. Except it feels worse than just aw, dang it. At this point, at this juncture. Right side. It wasn't right. So theoretically, if I were to stop, like if what makes me go right side, it's superstition. There's nothing I'm perceiving. It just feels like it might be slightly more likely that if I start from the right and then move in advance before the targeting happens, that because the swords target more densely on the right side, it's like it might be slightly more likely that that gaps are closer, handling it that way. I don't think that is the case at all, truly. But the gaps generally are like bigger. Going from left to right, I think there's more options often, but it is way harder to see them, and they're smaller. I hope people like the game. I hope it is truly what you say it will be, Ori. Very unlikely I willingly have a close encounter with it. What are you fucking doing? I could've just went in the corner. Stars 3 is by far the easiest phase 3 attack, and my consistency used to be better. I do not know. I do not know what is different now. I'm not reading it proper though. Like I'm in too panic frenzy, narrow vision. I'm like really good at everything before now. But I'm still affected every single time I get to phase 3. Like, I can't... seem to handle it well. But John wants you to think and recognize and see himself, or in the work. Is that a Jonathan certified opinion right there? Okay, now I recognize I'm making a stupid argument. You don't need to respond genuinely if you feel like it. Not a lot. Okay, I mean, yeah, that is exactly what he said pretty much. I don't know why I thought that was freaking achievable. My only advantage is going with the warp. Is it too much to ask for one more run past Splitter 3? Probably. That could genuinely take an hour. If not longer. Worst case. One more run past Tunnel 2. That's all I can do for right now. Please, if we can get a hold of Gaster, I'd be forever in your debts. What? I thought I had that for sure. Are we joking? That doesn't surprise me that that hit, but I thought I had, like, I don't know, I thought I would somehow reach the point in the gap that was safe a little bit faster, or had slightly more time. I did it right and I thought I didn't. Up. I thought I didn't, but I should have known because the bottom corners are the least lenient that could be probably most surprising that hit, because I definitely fit in the reticles, but I need to choke up towards the top because that's where the leniency of the broken hitbox is, or the visual leniency even. I over-corrected. I needed to stop sooner there. Thought it was going to keep moving. Don't believe I have Ori. Let's peep the sample. Interesting. I'm just gonna stop here. I'm like fully zoning out. I can feel like this is the 5% battery feel. Definitely not gonna be able to clutch up to my max potential right now. Well, thanks for hanging out. Glad it was a decent session to witness. I will still attempt offline intermittently in the offline hours. Possible I stream at least for a little bit later, but I wouldn't count on it. Anyways, see you later. Hope I can get this done in time.